got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape a prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomosho, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more. And if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landed revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when they bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of that. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60.
Each day that you wake up presents to you the opportunity to do things right and to reach for opportunities that you could not attend to yesterday. Good morning. My name is Blessing Aiche. This is the Front Burners on Souq News TV. It's the show where critical matters are handled and you get a chance to be a part of it on the segment we call Posts and Perspectives. That way we're all dialoguing, we're all talking about how to make things better. Now, talking about dialogue, it seems that dialogue failed when it came to the political situation in Rivers State. Not to go deeply into that, but just to say there have been some political intrigues. How well that political intrigue will impact Nigeria's economy, we will shine our light on it today as we discuss the Rivers State situation on the show today and how that is going to affect Nigeria's main source of revenue. Dr. Dausa Osamaze is here. He's seated and is ready to get the show running. Good morning, sir.
Blessing, good morning, viewers at the Great Nigeria. Talking about success, somebody once said, success is just 1% luck, 1% talent. The 98% is never giving up. So we are here again, not giving up. You'll be on that side, don't give up. We will succeed together.
Of course we will. All right, let's get the show running by going over to the next segment, which is something you don't want to miss. Swift Aderinter is standing by.
Today is the brunch.
Where you see, for me, the security guards that I have, it's a joint task force, so you know how solid they are.
Gradually. You know, that's what Port Harcourt people thought. Until a state of emergency was declared. But you look amazing. And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Brunch, stillable. Thank you. Doctor, good morning, sir.
Morning.
How was?
She wants to just
yes.
compliments
no,
now, so that you get ready.
No, it's actually the tie for me, which Wilson's Churchill always says a red tie. Means the person is very intelligent, smart, articulate, and confident. I think you have it all. You know.
I'm not giving away at all.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, world. Welcome to This Is Something You Don't Want to Miss. And like Doctor said, they say success is a sum of small efforts and repeated daily. So the idea is you keep putting in those efforts daily and you don't give up. The show is all about telling you the news in a toned-down manner. And my name is Swift Aderito. Let's jump right into it. Talking about efforts, there's a new sheriff in the city of Abuja, and he's not smiling at all. Uncle Wike revokes PDP Secretariat's land title over unpaid ground rents. In a letter stated March 13, 2025, an address to the national chairman and the director of land administration hinged the revocation of a non-payment on a ground rent by the party. The letter was titled Notice of Revocation of the Right of Occupancy with a file number MISC 81346 in respect to the plot number 243 within the Central Area District in Abuja. The official alleged that PDP had refused to pay the annual rent expected of landowners for the right of occupancy and used their property in the last 19 years between January 1st, 2006 to January 1st, 2025. We should please note that the breach by the People's Democratic Party National Secretariat, running contrary to the provisions of Section 28, subsection 5, A and B of the Land Use Chart. This movie that they are acting in Abuja, I am looking forward to seeing part 2 with my popcorn, and you should be too. My second story has to be with the fact that Nigerians are wearing agbada and getting ready to stand by Uncle Dangote as court strikes out NLPLC's request to dismiss Dangote's suit. The court faulted the NLPLC for flouting an Order 16 of the Federal High Court rules by filing in an incompetent preliminary objection against the refinery. Justice Inyang of the Federal High Court in Abuja has struck out the preliminary objection of the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, NLPLC, challenging the competence of the 100 billion importation license suit issued by Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals. In a ruling, Justice held that the NLPLC failed to file a counter affidavit against Dangote Refinery suit, but rather filed a preliminary objection contrary to the relevant laws guiding the courts. And they have warned NLPLC that they will suffer any miscarriage of justice if Dangote amends its suits. Well, Nigerians are backing Dangote or back to back. I'm wearing agbada for him, so let's see how this goes. And of course, my final story for the day says bloggers and influencers and phone users are in serious fasting and prayer as bill mandating Facebook bloggers and others to have offices in Nigeria passes second reading. It says that the bill to offer the Nigerian pass second reading, Senate President Governor Akpabio noted that the bill should be perceived as an attempt, not as an attempt to gag the social media. The Senate passed the second reading bill seeking amendment of the Nigerian Data Protection Act in 2023 to require social media platforms to establish physical offices in their country. The bill, titled A Bill of Acts to Amend the Nigerian Data Protection Act in 2023, mandated the establishment of physical offices within territories in Nigeria, and it was sponsored by Senator Ned Nwoko of Delta State. He highlighted that despite the high engagement of multinationals on social media, corporations such as Facebook, X, Instagrams, that they do not have physical offices in Nigeria. Speaking of the bill, Senate President Akpabio acknowledged that with local addresses for digital platforms, it will be beneficial for the country and important to regulate bloggers. We hope that this doesn't keep going on, as a lot of us who are local bloggers and international bloggers are now mandated to have offices. They say that happiness is not something that you make, it's something that you work towards. So I hope that you stay happy today and you keep working towards this. I'm not leaving you. I'm going to hand you over to the front burner team who have a lot to dissect, from politics to development and, of course, everything you need to know. See you in a bit. I'm Swift Aderito.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months.
All right, now let's look at all the stories that made the news. So, one of them talks about diaspora remittances being able to increase consumer spending in Nigeria. Payment technology firm MasterCard has listed remittance inflow as one of the factors that could drive consumer spending in Nigeria up by about 6% in the year 2025. Now, this was disclosed in the Economic Institute's 2025 Economic Outlook for Nigeria. Before delving looking into further details about that report, yes, of course, I agree that diaspora remittance would drive consumer spending. You know that when people have family and friends in the abroad, the way they say it, but abroad, overseas, and then they send some money, it means that for those who are low-income earners, for example, those who perhaps have no job, they're able to have money to purchase their daily needs and even to pay bills. So it does help. It's one economy that has really been steady over the years and has helped lots of families. Diaspora remittance, Doc.
Well,
helping consumer spending in Nigeria.
Well,
you know, when they send that $100,
oh yeah,
£100, 100 euros, it's a lot.
Yeah, but it's even to also realize that again, from what Mastercard, their economic outlook for the economic space in Nigeria for 2025 does suggest that 6% in terms of increase in consumer spending will be enhanced by diaspora remittances. So the jackpot tale is not all a tale of woe. So there are some blessings that
bear fruits
that attached to it. And I think really is one area that everybody feels that Nigeria, especially given the level of creativity, innovation that our young people has, that actually we should actually be preparing people to ship them abroad. And after many days, returns will come to the country through these remittances. Because it does amount to something. Because if you send $100, it means so much here. $1,000, of course, you can start to build a house. So all these things will continue to come as a result of people who have moved abroad. And the more people move, the more this kind of remittance that we get. And I think this is some good news, really. People have spoken so much that we have lost manpower, but at least it's also bringing resources back home. And I think what is important, like a friend of mine told me some years, about 2 years ago, is the fact that Nigerians should deliberately build their institutions so that they can recreate this manpower that can consistently be supplied abroad. That's not a weakness that our doctors are accepted globally. It's not a weakness that our pharmacists, our nurses are accepted globally.
And are doing well.
And they are doing well, but the only weakness is if we are not able to replace those who are leaving. And the onus is on the institutions, whether they are the polytechnics, monotechnics, or the special institutions or universities, to be able to produce quality graduates that can fit those bills outside. And I think that's where we really need to work hard. We should not see it as a minus, rather it should be a plus for us. And the government must work hard to ensure that the standard of education in Nigeria, we up the ante, that people can really get quality education. And once they get there, they don't need to do so much. They can fit into those environments. And I think that will just be like another source of earning for the country, because no matter how much they travel, they will still come back home.
Yes, and they have families.
Yes, of course, families are here, friends are here, and those things will be rubbing.
Even associations that some of them belong to, just to keep up with the associations.
Yeah, of course, it rub off on the entire economy, and so it's something really that we have to strategically look at. I've said it here several times. Take, for example, even a country like India, a country like the Philippines, they deliberately prepare their young people for these offshore jobs with state-backed guarantee. And you go to the Emirates, you see a lot of Indians, Filipinos, who are doing help work for these people. They are professional help workers, and they are paid well. And the way Indian economy is structured is the fact that, of course, what they make goes through back home. And therefore, they receive a lot of foreign exchange from these things, and it keeps the economy running. And I think those are the things that we can also be looking at and see how do we really have to invest resource in terms of creating that adequate manpower. Even if it's to have Polytechnic, we're going to produce people who are beautiful in terms of doing POP or tiling or whatever it is.
And export them.
And export them outside. And then, of course, they create value outside. And then part of those income flow back home. And then Nigeria is good for it.
I think we've not really considered exporting labor in Nigeria and in Africa generally. Look at what India has done with labor. So in the outsourcing, global outsourcing market, they are ranked top because they outsource labor a lot and they generate lots of revenue from it. So there has to be that planning, there has to be that structure to know what other countries would need. We have a large population, and thankfully, a lot of the population are youths. So these are people within the working age brackets. So we can now identify where we have the skills, the strengths, where we don't have the skills, but we have the strength. We can build capacity, we can build the skill. And for what people would consider menial jobs here, maybe plumbing and some other types of artisan work that people would want to relegate, those are high earning skills abroad. Those skills will earn you lots of revenue abroad. So if people can professionally do this, now it doesn't mean it has to be within the four walls of a learning institution, but just so that people are taught and then they know the skill, they can effectively do it in a standard way. That would be a way of earning for us as a country. Now for diaspora remittance, you know the CBN at one time had the policy of naira for dollar. So for every naira you sent, there was a 500 naira incentive attached to it. But that policy could not be sustained beyond a certain period of time. If the CBN could revisit that policy, it would help to encourage a lot of these remittance to flow in through the official channel, through the financial system. Because we also have people who are remitting, but the official system is not capturing it because they would rather send money through other means, and their relatives would rather take the hard currencies to the parallel markets and do the exchange there because they feel they will have better bargaining. But if the CBN can also do its bit to ensure that this flows through, then we can know exactly how much of remittance that Nigeria is getting, because I believe that it is way more than MasterCard has recorded. They've been able to do that because it's what they are able to monitor and it's what passes through their own system.
Yeah, but you know, that policy that the CBN implemented at that time, it was actually to encourage people to bring money home, but it was costing the country so much money.
So much money to sustain.
Yes, of course, as if you're trying to bridge those gaps, and those money is, you can imagine people who bring in $1 million, you multiply that at 500 and see what that means.
That's a lot of money
to the government. And all of these things were meant to defend the Naira. And I think we've gone beyond the era of defending Naira.
Have we gone? Because there seems to be some silent interventions by the CBN.
We've gone beyond the era of defending the Naira. I think what the government is doing right now is to see how we can increase our exports. And of course, those good news are also coming. That really, you see, we had trade surplus of over 18 trillion in the last quarter of, in the last year. So that also means that government is also saying, how do we ramp up things we can actually do here, you know? And then, of course, we can earn currency. And government is also expecting that, of course, by the time we start to sell more oil, crude oil, then, of course, we're also going to make so much money. And then you add this to the diaspora remittances that is coming. A lot is coming. But it's all, again, going back to that capacity building, really, for me, which is because the number of volume of people, we have a lot of army of people here who have no job to do. So how do we really prepare them? When our chairman sent something on the platform yesterday, where Tim Cook was saying that a lot of people believe that companies go to China because they are low labor. And so that was years ago. That the reason why people are going to China today is different. And that reason is because the Chinese have been able to build up tools engineers in large capacity. Because the tech require very innovative, creative tools. And you can only find those engineers in bulk in China. And so companies are moving in there. Now you can imagine what capacity building can do for a nation that even beyond the remittances, you are even having foreign direct investment.
Yes. It's just like a hub.
Yes, because
for
you have a pool
industries
of young people that you have empowered, that you have trained. And then, of course, that brings a lot of earnings to your environment. I think that's where yesterday we had this same conversation where we're talking about where a political class do not necessarily invest in education because it's always not handy.
It's not tangible.
Yeah, for campaign purposes, and therefore we try to always put money on the area where people can quickly see, and then of course we can use it for the bragging right, as they say.
Even when some of them should not even be what people do, let alone brag about. You know, there was, I don't want to mention the name of the governor that empowered youths with wheelbarrows, and it was heavily criticized at the time. So we also need to understand what empowerment is actually when we're doing all of that. Now let's move on to the next story. SERC raises concerns over Chinese investments in Nigerian ports. So a maritime research organization, SERC, has cautioned the Nigerian government about the risks associated with growing Chinese investments in the country's ports, warning that such deals could have long-term financial and strategic consequences for the nation. Yes, we talked about the involvement and the level of ownership of foreign partners or foreign companies in Nigerian shipping industry a while ago. And this is bringing that issue again to the fore as Nigeria has been cautioned by a maritime research organization that Nigeria should be careful, should be cautious about the growing Chinese investment in Nigeria's ports. It's good to have investment, but you know that there are certain areas of a country that if you don't handle or you don't pay attention to what goes on there, it could compromise security for the country, and it could also mean that the country is more or less at the mercy of the key players of that industry. I think it's time we begin to invest a lot more in the ports, in Nigeria's shipping industry, empower indigenous firms in whatever way that empowerment can come. Financial empowerment, giving incentives, giving support that they need so that they are able to favorably compete with foreign players, allowing foreign dominance in Nigeria's port or in the ports of any nation for that matter is not a wise thing to do. Doc.
Now, you look at it, and I think it's not unfounded fear. And this is because, like they say, the African proverb, that since hunters started to shoot without missing, birds are trying to also fly without perching. And I think the default nature of most of African knowledge has actually made it for Chinese to be able to build into agreements with African nations that if the loans are unperforming, then the Chinese should be given the right to manage those facilities.
But that's a very risky eventual agreement for you to now use a national asset as a collateral
of the sovereignty of the nation. And so many African nations have actually signed out to do sovereignty. And we have seen a couple of nations now where China has actually taken over national infrastructure. So you can imagine that your waterway is managed by foreigners.
That's a great risk.
Yes, and see the level of things that comes into your country. So for me, the worries are not unfounded, and this is because there's so much default. But my friend had asked me a question one day. He's an Indian. He asked me a question and he said, Doc, tell me, really, what do you think about China loan to third world nation? Because a lot of people feel that China is taking advantage of our poverty. And he said, but he doesn't feel that way. that the real problem is the indiscipline of most third world countries that take loan and they are not able to pay back. That is not only African, for example, that Chinese are giving loan. Chinese are giving loan in Europe. They are giving loan to America as we speak. And these loans are performing because these guys take the loan and they put it on the infrastructure that they are supposed to build. Whereas we take the loan, half of it don't get into the infrastructure. And so even if you are going to calculate the year of where you're going to be able to pay back this loan, it runs into several years because what are factored into this conversation, many of them may not necessarily be needed. And this is one thing that the African man will need to deal with. And it's quite unfortunate. And you see that when even workmen who want to work for you, they overquote material you don't need. You understand, guys?
So it takes your own due diligence to ensure that you're not being cheated.
Yes, of course. Now, if the inside and so are packaging these things are factoring so many things because they are hoping to profit from it, you find that at the end of the day, what you're spending on that project will be unnecessary. And I think this is where many of those people who are at the front negotiating these deals for Africans must be conscious, not just of what they are going to gain, but what the entire society will be losing as a result of this misdemeanor. So this is the problem. China, yes, want to give you money, but they also want to recover their money. And there's no investor who will put money on the ground and will not want to recoup that investment. But you must be sure that where that money is getting into, that a lot is coming in. Take, for example, there were these reports some time ago when federal government said, okay, the Ibadan-Lagos train that was fixed, and people were selling tickets that are fake to passengers. Some people hold tickets.
And so it took the head of that ministry at that time to go do an on-the-spot assessment of what was happening, and they found some culprits at that time.
So these are the challenges that we face. So even if this infrastructure was supposed to bring in money, they will not. And I think these are things that we must do right. As other people have been able to use technology to solve their problem, Nigeria must factor technology into revenue collection, no matter what it is, so that if we take facility from people, we should use it for that purpose. And then we must also understand that it's our responsibility to pay back what we owe, that we cannot just continue to borrow with the mindset that after a while, we'll go back and beg them to write them off.
Mm-hmm. I think that's payment of loan is what the issue is. And it has to come, the pressure also has to come from the people. We need to also have institutions that hold leaders accountable. You know, this suggestion that for any administration that takes up loan, that same administration must ensure they clear that loan before they leave office. I think it's high time we make it really serious. Because when people come into office and they feel they can borrow, not with the intention of repaying, and the monies are not channeled into areas that was earlier stated, now they leave office leaving debts for the incoming administration. It's almost like a culture where you find that one administration hands over to the other. So the present administration is always saying, we inherited these amounts of debts from the past administration. It's been like that for almost for governorship, even for at the national level presidency. It's always, we inherited this debt, we inherited that debt. And the question is, why must there be debts to inherit? Now, people will tell you that there are those who belong to the school of thought that a government cannot run without borrowing money. Yes, I don't think that that's absolutely correct, that a government cannot run without borrowing money. But where the government has to borrow, it has to be for a reason that is genuine, a reason that is well thought of, that there is plan of repayment. Even if it's infrastructure, that infrastructure was supposed to serve a particular purpose. And that purpose was supposed to help the economy in a particular way. For instance, if it's roads that you want to build and you're taking loans to build road, that road was supposed to aid economic activity to ensure that people were able to do business, travel to destinations. If you have farmers around that region, they're able to get their produce to the markets and the economy booms. Now, you can now tax those who are operating at that area. Government is getting money. If you even want to make the road a toll area where you are collecting toll fee from motorists apply that road, it's a different thing. For the seaports specifically, now, government has customs charging. Government has the Nigeria Port Authority charging fees. Government is getting its own revenue. But what about those who are there, who are operating? We have very few indigenous firms that are operating. But because the foreign firms have more capacity, they have more reach, they are able to more like suppress these ones. So they take the chunk of the business. It's the leftover that the indigenous firms have to deal with. And let's also look at excellence. Now, where we have foreign players, they don't joke with excellence. But you see, when we have indigenous firms, there seems to be this familiarity in the way you carry out business. So at the end of the day, you now leave the end user or the consumer, give them the choice of picking who would justify the money that they are paying, who renders a better service. So at the end of the day, nobody really cares the color of the skin of the person who owns the firm. They are concerned about the quality of service that they get. And so more patronage goes to them. Year after year, generation after generation, you see these companies getting bigger. But what do you see with indigenous firms? Once they get the markets, they are unable to sustain that patronage because quality of service begins to decline.
You see, two questions entered into my mind yesterday as I was going back home. And I was asking myself that question. Unfortunately, I cannot find an answer to them. The first was because we're talking about what we do in terms of able to recoup revenue. I said, all of a sudden, we're selling petrol at 860. Nobody is paying subsidy. Nobody is defending any foreign exchange. And yet, there are still further threats that the prices are coming down. And I asked myself, when NNPCL told Mr. President that the country is owing them 7.7 trillion, which they use to cover for the
foreign exchange
differentials. I think the person who wrote that paper, by now, EFCC should be quizzing that person.
Why would he quiz? It's become a norm.
Yeah, but because we are going to ask, look at the parameters. Nothing has drastically changed. As of today, foreign exchange is still about 1,500 at the black market. The price of crude, the difference is not much. Dangote is still importing crude for processing. And yet they can sell the petrol at 860.
Less than what was being sold when there was subsidy.
Making loss. And yet we were selling petrol at 1,040 naira, 1,065 naira. And we were defending or paying differential on foreign exchange that was selling at 1,560. Now, there are questions that we are not asking. And this is why you find that society happening and people are wondering, how did we get into this mess? Because like I've always told you, when you have monopoly plus discretion, minus accountability and transparency,
corruption.
what you find is C at the other end. So this is what it is. That a lot of us, because we have opportunity to monopolize an environment, and you fight this infighting and this struggle. And I think we must begin to ask questions. And that's one side of your conversation. The other side is also to look at it. We say we borrow so much. I spent time last year to listen to the debate at the parliament in Singapore for their 2025 budget. One of the issues that I recall was the fact that the younger politicians were asking the older politician that they have so much money. in savings that is not used, and yet they are still putting measures to take more money.
As loan?
No, tax from the people. That was unfair. And I saw you arguing on the floor of the parliament in defense of why that money cannot be spent, and said, this is how we got to where we are. That this money you are talking about, our fathers suffered for it, to save it. And they wrote a law that the maximum you can have is a balanced budget, not deficit.
Nothing like deficits.
Not deficits. And therefore, the money you meet, you can't spend it.
It's the money you make.
It's the money you make that you spend. That we must be thinking about the future. And I was so carried away by the conversation to learn that these guys said, when epidemic came, we took $65 billion for Souq, for our people, from that sovereign wealth fund.
You know, it's another thing that even when we talk about borrowing and revenue generation, it's as if the people are losing on both ends. So when government borrows and gets to a level where government can no longer take on the burden of servicing the debts and repaying the debts, and government is making less revenue, the people are asked to make sacrifice. So areas where government was intervening to make life easy for the people, provide certain amenities or utilities, or even subsidizing the utilities that people enjoy, government takes its hands off it and says, let the people pay the sacrifice, because this is a time where government is having less revenue. And at the same time, government taxes the people even more at that time. So the people are paying indirectly for loans that are being borrowed. They are also being taxed to generate revenue for government. But at the end, the hope of seeing certain amenities, the hope of having certain infrastructure that would make that suffering short-term, that would improve life, so that years after, the people are not told that same story of, let me use the one that is popularly said, the language that is popularly used in Nigeria, tighten their belts. They are being told to tighten their belt and make more sacrifice. But when the people ask questions, because you've said that questions are not asked, sometimes the only way citizens can ask questions, it seems like it's when they are on the streets. That is when government is even acknowledging that they're asking questions. We have civil society organizations that are supposed to ask questions on behalf of the people. There are institutions of government that are supposed to ask other institutions of government questions on behalf of the people. Now, when this happens sometimes, it is seen as, oh, this is sponsored by opposition, not much answer is provided, the matter gets heated, after a while, it dies down. Nothing happens after that. Even when investigations are conducted, we don't see anybody really paying for those things. So it keeps happening over and over again. We're talking about the same issues. We're having the same challenge. It becomes a recurring decimal. The question is, where do we go from this? Now, in countries like China, where you don't see public officers embezzling funds, where you don't see certain level of indiscipline happening, because they had come to a point where they now say, if you are not for the country, you are against the country. And we cannot tolerate those who are against the country. We must have a way of flushing them out of the system through capital punishment. Are we getting to that level in Africa?
Well, I don't think we will ever get there. I've always argued it's difficult for us to expect reform from the people who are actually the problem, except that there's a class suicide.
And that class suicide won't happen because they are more friends than even those who get pitching against themselves.
Even in elementary political science, they call it political hierarchy. It's like somebody who hangs himself. So it's not going to happen. And that is why you're saying that, just look at it, the patronage in the system is the problem. Richard Joseph wrote a book, Prebendal Politics in Nigeria, Prebendal Politics, the Rise and Fall of the Nigerian Second Republic. Now, what was on that book was the fact that the reason why the Second Republic failed was the fact that the government or the people who are in position, ethnicity, favoritism, and the likes, is patronage, government by patronage. Now, when you ask yourself that basic question today, how does government look like in most African countries? It's government by patronage.
But we also have the government of patronage operational in some other climes, but it's not in this dimension.
You see, the level of independence for some institutions is what's different. That there is a certain level of independence. So if somebody comes to the Congress, for example, in the US, you have to have thick money, some lobby group, to be able to get some certain things to pass. Because the people who are there themselves have gotten to some level in life that they may not need those patronage. But when you come to our system, what you find is that you sponsor only weaklings. And those weaklings have to be forever grateful to you. And so when you have them man the institution, so you put them on that institution because you want to use them to your advantage. And when they misbehave, you have also the right to hire them and fire at will. Take, for example, we had a CBN governor suspended in Nigeria here until his tenure ran out. And that was because he spoke out. That there are some certain things that is making our books not to balance. He was suspended.
So he went with the book?
Yes, he was suspended until his tenure ran out. So you don't have such level of independence in our environment because you hire somebody and you're hoping that that person has to be subservient because the person in himself is not coming to the table with clean hands. So when people come to equity and their hands are clean, it is easy that you know that this person is going to represent the entire gamut of the people. So what we find is that government after government, and because of the heavy sum of money that is required to run the business of government, so once people get into office, all they are struggling to do is to see how to recoup. Does it amazes you that after PDP has been in power for 16 years in Nigeria, that they cannot even pay ground rent?
Because there's no more sponsorship.
So there's no patronage. No more patronage. Because the party system is weak. All the so-called, we have 7 million, 10 million members. It's just on paper. They don't support the party. And the only way the party are funded is by the beautiful things that come from the system. And so when people win elections and they get into office, they are positioning and strategizing to see how they can recoup whatever investment they have done. Because knowing fully well that that's the only source that they have. So what this leads to is that whether you are using local contractors or you are using foreign contractors, they are compromised to a very large extent. And in most cases, even those people that you are seeing as contractors, and so people that are having interested party, because there's this maxim in the political space that you don't put money in the hand of your opposition to fight you.
So it's now a deliberate effort to ensure that the opposition is weakened economically and in every other way.
And so this is what is actually helping China to take over the sovereignty of
But there must be a way out of it because it's not just about the loans. It's about the national assets, the national infrastructure. it may look like child's play or something that's never going to happen for Nigeria. But we saw what happened during the Ogun issue when Nigerian presidential jet was seized outside of Nigeria, and it became national embarrassment because of a deal that wasn't tidied between a state and a Chinese company. Now, if that could happen, it should be enough lesson for Nigeria to know that when loans are being taken, when deals are signed, and you are collateralizing national assets, it's a grievous offense.
Yeah, but you see, that is the point I'm making. Those decisions were taken on political grounds. Because the guy who signed the deal and the guy who came in were not in the same. And because he became the new executive and he drove everybody away. And that's scoring some political goal as far as it was concerned. Now, you still hear this conversation some 2 days ago when Dangote visited Ogun State. And then the governor, he was telling the governor, I came in here before, I built this cement factory, but your predecessor pulled it down twice.
Why don't we have continuum in government? Now I know that every government
responded and said, oh, yes, nobody is above the law. We pull it down because you broke the law. But you see, it tells you how we play politics in the environment. So he said, no, yes, I have the right to pull down what you have built because it violated the law. But you also need to produce which law that has violated. Because you are asking people to come put money in your environment. So when people don't have the interest of their nation over and above their personal interest, it is difficult for people to stand up for the state. That is what we are dealing with. Because in the words of Peter Eke, the state is still seen as something that belongs to Oyibo in quotes. So it's still foreign to us.
And there's no ownership.
So we can't own it. And that's why there's a distance between the states and the people. Because they don't see it as their own.
But is the state not also responsible for this distance and the people seeing the state as a different entity, as something that is not part of them and they are not part of?
Yeah, but this is what you see. So if people are going to the center, for example, are they going to the center to say, I'm going to the center because I have a responsibility to ensure that this state work? Or that they are going to the center so that they can go and take their part of share
of the national cake
of the foreign asset, as it were. So because when, according to Peter Ike, when they are stealing from the state, they don't see it as a moral issue. It only becomes moral when they are stealing from their primordial settings. So if I go to my village association meeting, and then I embezzle the money, then I'm a thief.
But if you embezzle from government...
If I embezzle money that belongs to the state, I have reaped the reward of serving the foreigner. Now, so these are the moral questions that we need to face. So the orientation of those who go to government, they don't go to government because they see that it's all of us. No. They go there to say, there's something there that everybody go there to go and take their chunk and come back home. I've used that example. A friend of mine told me there was a certain minister who was appointed, and his village people went to see him, and they told him that this is a Iroko tree. You climb it only once in your lifetime. So when you are coming down, ensure that you come down with all the firewood. You need to cook the rest of your life.
The people are part of the problem.
Oh, yes. We are, because the people do not see the state as theirs. They don't see the state as there. So when they are sending representative to the center, they are not sending representative to the center because they say, this belongs to all of us. But they see it only as avenue to take something off the state.
Now, in a situation like this, I think it still rests on the people and the institutions. Now, because the institutions are weak, and the persons who were there, who were heading these institutions, some of them are just stooges. They're just figureheads, not really there to do what should be done, but to do the dictate of their paymasters or those who have put them there. it still rests on the people to bring about that revolution. It doesn't have to be violent. Now, we've had calls for restructuring in Nigeria several times. But most times it ends being a debate and maybe a document that is never implemented. It is still with the people to have this change. We cannot continue for things to go on like this. Now, the perks attached to government alone or attached to those in government is enough to change the mindset of anybody that had the intention of going there to serve. The people also have a problem, and they are part of the problem in the sense that when somebody gets into power from a community, the expectation is that now you have gotten there, we should be getting some things from you. And they come, they pay courtesy visits, they come, they're expecting some donations from that person in office. So even if the person had the mindset of going there to serve, but because the demands are much, and they can't meet that demand with their own personal money. So they begin to put their hands in there. And once you start putting your hands in there, you will begin to do more things.
You see, if they give two of us meat now, and I'm to share it with my teeth, so you can't measure the size that's inside my teeth.
Yes.
So this is what you see in the States. So we're making a loss. We have environment here. We have state governors who ruled for just 8 years with all the benefits we're living, signed life pension for themselves.
But the pressure groups are supposed to be there to exert influence on the government to make the right laws.
Now, what I'm saying is that these guys signed these things for themselves. Some of them became minister. They are taking pension and they are earning from federal government. So what you find is that because, that's the point, even the people don't believe that it is, collective. Everybody sees it. Look, this is your opportunity, don't miss it.
So would regional governments be the solution in a case like this?
It will not be. It will not be. You see, it will take a revolutionary, for example, to come into the system.
How would that revolution happen?
Yeah, that is, every revolution that had happened in anywhere in the world had some intellectual background around it, that people started to have this conversation. You see conversation around some certain things. And people are saying, okay, in the academic circles, people are debating and arguing and say, look, can this be, can this be? But you take what happened, for example, in our academic space, for example. If you are made a minister, for example, to just go and serve, and you come out after 4 years, you can't go back to classroom. You become a permanent politician. So, what does this suggest to you? That we cannot even find those revolutionary from within. And we are even seeing today, really, that even the people who are doing activism, they're actually not on the activism game because they want to see society work. They are also just lending their voice to the public space so that they can be recognized to come and take their part of share. So this has been the cycle.
It almost looks like...
So it's only when the share is not coming to you that you shout. But when the share is coming, you become like the goat that is licking salt that cannot cry. So it's a problem.
All right, let's take a break and return to Policy Discuss.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
All right, it's time for us to look at the new tax bill which has been passed by the House of Representatives. Recall that the executive arm of government had presented that bill to the National Assembly for passage. And the new tax bill consists of 4 different bills that will harmonize into one, and is to replace all other acts regarding tax in Nigeria, taxation in Nigeria. There have been contentious issues around the bill, areas of contention. One of them has to do with the VAT sharing formula proposed by the bill, and there have also been some issues of concern. So the Governors Forum had on their own suggested and made some amendments to the bill regarding the VAT sharing formula, different from what was proposed initially by the bill. And then the House of Reps have also made their contribution. So now that the bill has been passed by the House of Reps, what happens? Will it also be passed by the Senate? And will it be assented to by the President, given the fact that the bill would not be returning back to the presidency the way it came, meaning that some adjustments, some amendments have been done on parts of it that became contentious. Now, looking at this issue today, we have 2 gentlemen who will be dissecting the new tax bill and looking at what the future holds for this bill. Will it eventually become an act? How soon will that happen? Professor Kabiru Dandago, former Commissioner for Finance, Kano, from 2015 to 2017, and is the immediate past Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal from 2018 to 2024. He joins virtually this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. Welcome to the show. And we also have Aremu, who is a managing consultant, BAC Professional Services, is also a chartered accountant. Great to have you join us this morning.
Okay, good morning. Glad to be here this morning once again. Good morning, Prof, and everybody. Good. Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
It looks like it's going to be a very, very insightful conversation. I'm going to start with Professor Kabiru. Now, this bill has gone through different stages from when the presidency initiated the bill to all the deliberations, all the debates about areas of the bill in different parts of the country. At the time, it became like there was the northern governors on one side, and then you had governors of other regions, particularly the south, on another side because of the VAT sharing formula. Before we get to the point where the bill has been passed now by the House of Representatives, the stages that this bill has passed so far, what's your take on it? Do you find it necessary?
Once again, good morning.
Of the bill.
Yeah, the tax reform bill have attracted a lot of controversy, a lot of debate on many of the issues contained in the bill. But as the bill has been presented to the
public court, that is the public hearing organized by the National Assembly, both the House of Representatives and the Senate. Issues were deliberated by organizations, professional bodies, companies, and individuals, highlighting some areas that need to be amended for the tax bill to be acceptable by a majority of the people in this country. So that measure of inviting people, organizations, government agencies, etc., to air their view on the content of the bill have made it possible for people to understand one another, for even the drafters to see reason why many people were talking against the provisions of the bill or some of the provisions of the bill. And at the end of the day, the House of Representatives and the Senate, of course, they have come to conclusion that some of the issues in the bill need to be amended. Some may have to be expunged, and then some issues may have to be included in the bill so that we come up with a tax system that will assist us in coming up with a very good fiscal policy, which may lead to a very good public financial management in the country. And public financial management is synonymous with good governance. So what do we have now? Is maybe a document that, if assented to by the president, may get the backing of majority of Nigerians, because a lot of adjustments have been made to the bills submitted in Assembly.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you, my brother.
How is Kano today?
Kano is fine. Kano is very peaceful.
Beautiful. Yeah, are you optimistic that Mr. President will give assent to this bill? Also, given the fact that the thinking of the executive was to see how to drastically address some of the basic issues that face our society. Let's look at some of the issues in contention here. The first was the fact that progressively TED fund was to be defunded with the provision of the tax bill, and now the House of Rep has opined that 50% of the 4% development levy from profits from accessible profit from company should be given to TED fund. Don't you think that would defeat the purpose for which this was conceived ab initio of funding the student loan fund from that particular revenue from the development levy?
Yeah, I think it's a very good observation. But what I'm saying is that as the bill was suggesting, development levy that may be decreasing from 4% to 3% to 2%, and ultimately that 2%, the whole of it will go to the NEL fund. And many people were opposed to that. Many organizations, many even companies, some of them are opposed to that. And then they made their own case very clear, and they are able to convince the Senate Committee on Finance to accept a formula that will make TED fund to be getting substantial, maybe substantial part of that development levy, and they suggested 50%, and I think Senate suggested about 60% of that to go to the TED fund, and they made their case very clear that TED fund is more important than NEL fund. And the members of the committees have agreed that yes, that should be the way to go about it. So the drafters of the bill, and of course the presidency, they have to be humble enough to accept the opinion of majority of the people. And then this
Prof, you are within the academic sector. You are within the academic circle. And a lot of people also have contested how Telfund has managed this fund over the years, especially when the oversight on how these funds are distributed had actually not translated into better research in the universities or even better structures in the university. And the whole idea of trying to fund the NEL fund was that students are able to pay adequate school fees and then school have enough revenue to be able to build their structures. Don't you see this would be a distortion? Then again, look at Nasani. We're supposed to be producing equipment that people should buy. Should federal government be funding Nasani?
Yeah, sorry, on the issue of TED fund, my brother, you see, even with this 50% share that the House of Rep is proposing, TED fund is still losing something. Now, TED fund is receiving 3% of accessible profit of over all the companies operating in this country. So when you make it 4% now, and you are giving 50% of that 4% to TED fund, it means that you are reducing the share. Also, sorry, the amount TED fund is receiving from 3% to 2%. So up to now, you see members of our union ASU that may show headline poster, they may reject this proposal made by the House of Representatives. And then NEL fund, which is not getting anything from there, will now be getting 20% of the development levy. So NEL fund had its own sources of funds already determined by the government, and now they will be getting 20% of the development levy to add to what they are getting already. So I think there is no any show of rejection to the NEL fund by the House of Representatives for taking this action. Unless if government will say, okay, the initial source of fund for NEL fund will be dropped completely, and the NEL fund will not be relying on this 20% of the development levy. Then they may say, okay, students may not be accessing loan for them to pay school fees, for them to cover their living costs as earlier planned by the government. So as far as I'm concerned, this position taken by the House of Representatives, which may probably concurred with by the Senate, I think it's a position that have captured the views of the majority of people that were discussing this issue as presented, or they were discussing the bill as presented to the National Assembly by the presidency.
All right, now let's take this now over to Bode Eremu. Now, regarding the VAT sharing formula, which was a major contentious area of the bill. So the Governors Forum actually agreed on a revised sharing formula, different from what was earlier proposed. And that brought the new tax VAT sharing formula to having derivation, a certain percentage going for derivation on equity and based on population, as against the derivative states getting more as proposed by the bill initially. Do you think this part of the bill, by the time it gets to the president's table, it's going to be approved, given that it's now different from what was earlier proposed?
Okay, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for bringing me on board. I want to say that I'm happy that this bill is scaling through and is being passed by the House of Representatives. Now, I think we should note that the process of passing a bill is a rigorous process. And it then means that if it has scaled this order to this point, then I am hoping that the Zenith will do the same thing. And having said that, it does not mean that the bill on its own is perfect.
Section 7.
So it does not mean the bill is perfect 100%, in my opinion. But it then means that it is a moving forward and it is a progress for the nation. If we have to wait for a perfect situation or the bill to be perfected 100%, every concern to be taken into account, every issue to be resolved 100%, I think it will be a sign that we're going nowhere. It will be a sign that we're going nowhere. So, and for the fact that the tax law we're operating currently in Nigeria has been around for years, there is a need for a review. So that need is what the lawmakers, the executive are trying to attend to. So in my opinion, I believe that the bill will scale through the Senate, and I also am of opinion that the president will assent to the bill.
Okay, but we had the decision from the executive that the VAT should be increased from 7.5% next year to 10%, then progressively to 15%. And we're also seeing that even in our neighboring countries, that a lot of people have actually moved their VAT upward, also in Europe and other parts of the Americans. Do you think this is progressive enough to retain 7% without factoring in the changing dynamics in the macroeconomic environment? I want your take. I also love Prof to make an input into this.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I should take it up first. I think, in my opinion, that the VAT progressive movement, according to the bill, yeah, is a good idea and is a progressive compared to our neighboring country also, that their VAT is on the higher side compared to our own. However, looking at the economic implication of VAT, then it is important, and that's the area where people are scared that is a tax increment, and it will definitely have negative effect on masses, on people. Yes, that is be a fact. However, we should also look at the provision of the bill. The bill has expanded the kind of exemption given to people under this. Many items have been exempted under this bill, like food item, education, health services, which are always there before. They also left to be exempted, and all these are aimed at reduce the burden of tax, especially on the masses. So I think if you look at it, the effect of the tax of the VAT will not really be on the masses. So, and that's the area where I'm looking at it. Okay, we cannot be on the same spot forever. So we should look at how our VAT also could be in a progressive moving forward and see what will be the effect of it on our economy generally and as a nation. So I think that would be a good path for us to go. Thank you.
Prof, can I have your take on the progressive value-added tax?
Just to add to what my colleague mentioned, this is just the beginning of reformation of the tax laws in the country. For that, the majority view is that this rate should not be increased. Let it be 7.5%. In fact, many have called for reduction. Personally, I did a presentation at the public hearing in both the Senate and House of Representatives. I'm of the supporter of decrease in the rate of VAT to 5% or lower based on some reason. Number one, VAT opportunities are not being effectively utilized. Researchers have shown that it is just about 20% of the revenue generating capacity of VAT that is being used in Nigeria. So we have to shift blame to the tax administrators for their inability to harness all the sources of revenue that could be generated through the instrumentality of VAT. Just about only about 20% is being utilized. What about the 80% sources of VAT revenue that are not being effectively utilized? So why just avoiding this issue of neglecting the resources available to you and just adding the rate on those that are paying? Those that are not paying, what do you do to ensure that they pay so that you maximize the revenue from that instrument of taxation? And secondly, I made a private memo to the two houses where I was talking about some taxes that are normally targeting the rich, and they are being utilized on a tax-based jurisdiction, tax-based countries to massively generate tax revenue. I talked about the transaction tax. Transaction tax. None of the transaction taxes is working in Nigeria, which in developed economies where they rely heavily on tax, they have what they call security transfer tax. That is when they sell shares, debenture, and other capital market securities. They charge something that will be paid by both the buyer and the seller in the capital market. And then you have currency transfer tax. All these black marketers that are selling dollars, pound sterling, etc., how much are they paying on the gain that they are making? Currency transaction tax is a huge source of revenue to government, and it's also indirect tax. And then you have what they call bank transaction tax. There are some withdrawals that are being made from the bank. We should be subjected to tax. And these wealthy people that are making heavy withdrawals, they're not paying anything to government in the form of bank transaction tax and many others. Then when you go back to the issue of luxury taxes, what luxury tax is working in Nigeria? In developed economies, those that are relying heavily on taxation, when you import a car from any country, you pay about 100%, 2 times the value of the vehicle imported. Since you are doing that to show wealth, so you should be ready to pay tax so that that wealth could be shown well by you. And then when you buy plug, you buy helicopter, you buy yacht, you buy this, all these luxurious items, they are being subjected to initial tax and then annual tax as you utilize this item. Even these people spray money at ceremonies of various events. The money spread there, the total of it, about 40%, should be luxury tax that should be paid to the government. And many other luxury taxes are there that are being utilized in other countries to generate revenue. We are not utilizing them in this country. And then when you go back to the property tax, how very few states are having land use charges and making them effective to generate revenue. States like Lagos, they are relying about 40% of their total IGR on land use charges. But how many states are doing that? And then what about the estate that people have? How much are they paying? In UK, when you have an estate, even if you don't use it, you must pay tax on that estate. You pay the land use, you pay for the building you have put on the land. And in this country, these taxes are not being utilized. So when you consider a lot of opportunity that the country has to generate revenue that are not being utilized, you may even sympathize for us, the masses, who are being charged VAT. We shouldn't be paying VAT since they are a huge source of huge sources of revenue that are not being utilized by the government. And then when you insist on this, when I made my presentation at the House of the Senate and House of Representatives, many people were happy. But then even the lawmakers, they are part of the rich that may be affected by all these taxes. So if our government is to show commitment, to show care, I think we may have to, in a subsequent period, recast the tax bill and ensure that taxes that are mainly about charging, taxing the rich are emphasized than those that are about the poor, this bad and personal income tax. That is how to bridge the gap or to narrow the gap between the rich and poor, which is a principal purpose of taxation. So
but Prof, the Oyedele committee put all this into cognizance because there are a lot of taxes that are collected in Nigeria really that don't find their way into the coffers of government because of those who are in charge. Because some of all these things we talked about, some way, somehow, some people are taking this revenue. If you come to Lagos here, you see a lot of people, they call someone money land, who takes property tax from people. If you are building on your DPC, they take some money. When you are roofing, they take some money. And they keep coming. If renovation is happening, they take some money. But these don't find their way into government coffers because citizens are already paying some of these taxes. But really harmonizing this thing was what this tax bill was meant to do, such that these informal taxes that are paid to non-state actors can start to come in straight to government. But like you said, all these things are done elsewhere. But we also see yesterday an argument being proposed by Keir Starmer in the UK about people urging him to collect wet tax, and people are saying we are already paying too much. That rather than take more tax, we have to reduce social welfare. So do you think that there's a balance here? Because a lot of people feel that they are paying tax even if it's not going into the official coffers.
Yeah, so that is one of the responsibilities of government to ensure that the amount collected in the form of tax is being used solely for providing social amenities that everybody will enjoy. And that is how to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. Those that are capable of paying big or small tax revenue and those that are not capable of paying, they should enjoy the same facilities, the same amenities being provided by the government using the tax money. That's what is called service for tax. And that is what will encourage tax payment by everybody without any harassment, without any intimidation. And that is what will ensure what they call voluntary tax compliance. So when we talk about the bill, the laws, whatever, we may have to go back to the doggedness of the government to ensure that the amount generated is used solely for providing social amenity that everybody will enjoy. No matter how small that amount is, you can see touching the life of people if it's used that way. But when you allow this amount generated, no matter how big, to be siphoned into private pocket, people will not see the impact of taxation. And it is then that people will be complaining that we are paying too much, we are paying too much, because they don't see anything on the ground. But if they see a lot on the ground, to the extent that they are being relieved of some expenses that they incur as government, they don't provide electricity for themselves, water for themselves, school fees of the student, government is doing all this, people will not be complaining about the tax that they pay. So the government should not just take this lawmaking on taxation as the solution. The main solution is in the area of utilizing the amount generated through taxation, no matter how small the amount is. And that is what will encourage voluntary tax compliance.
All right, now let's talk about taxation. So, according to the new tax bill, the provision for low-income earners was that those who earn 800,000 naira annually or below will be exempted from paying tax. And they did that based on the report that about 10%, only about 10% of Nigerians earn above 100,000 naira. So this question now, I'm directing it to Bode Aremu. Are there parts of the new tax bill that you expected that the National Assembly should have proposed a change to? Now, on the aspect of giving tax break or providing tax exemption for low-income earners, do you think that it should have been upscaled to capture more people given that if you divide 800,000 naira by 12, you get what is less than 70,000 naira, which is the minimum wage of Nigeria? It means that a lot of people may not benefit from this tax exemption. And also, the Nigeria Governors Forum actually recommended that there should be no reduction to the company income tax, which was proposed by the new tax bill to be revised downwards, beginning from the year 2025 and then end at 25% in the year 2026. But they recommended that there should be no reduction given the economic conditions of the country. What's your take on that?
All right, thank you so much. Let me come from the aspect, from the angle of the relief and the low income earner. I think, okay, let me come from this first. This bill, I think it's been very long that we have this kind of reform in Nigeria. So we should see it as a good idea and a welcoming idea. One, not because it's perfect, but because it gave us a confidence and it gave us an idea that suggestions can come thereafter and they can also come to become amendment of this bill. So it means that it is achievable next time. So we have a lot of suggestion that is going on now. I'm also of opinion that the fiscal policy and the tax reform bill headed by our Honorable Taiwo Oyedele is not going to be a committee that will end their program immediately after the bill is passed. So I am of opinion that there will be room for improvements, for other suggestions, just like the way when the bill is under process, they give room for suggestion for different quarter, their links that they allow, they give link that people can put in their suggestion, their format. So I am of opinion that this same thing will still continue after the bill is passed, so that they'll be able to first welcome idea and improvement, and subsequently there will be other improvement that will amend the bill. Okay, having said that, on the aspect of the low-income earner relief, yeah, it's part of thing that as a low-income earner is of opinion that the what is given around 800,000, fine. It is far higher than what is in operation at the moment, but it's not enough. It is expected that the bill make a higher provision than that. Looking at the inflation rate and some other economic indices, it is expected that that benchmark is more than that. However, if it is at this stage, at this level, at this threshold that the bill is passed, it is fine. So there could be amendment going forward. Then again, on the aspect of a corporate income tax that the governors and some other people from other quarters are of opinion that it should not be reduced. Well, it is an opinion, and that is why I said passage of the bill is very good. I'm excited about it. Not because it's 100% perfect, but it's a progressive thing. It shows that we are moving forward. Then, what this signifies is that we have different opinion, and if it's not narrowed down, then the bill will remain bill forever. So, because there will also be arguments, suggestions from different quarter, from people, different opinion. So we have to nip it at the bud and look at what is fair and move forward from there. That could be amendment. So, but from my own angle and from my opinion on that, I think reducing it will have a positive effect on the business, at least on the medium, before it increases by gradually upward. So it's a sense of fairness that is reduced for now and gradually is increased back upward as a progressive. So it's very fine. Then we should also look at the advantage given to the businesses, the companies, businesses that have turnover of 25 million is accepted from CIT presently, but based on the bill, it's been moved forward to 50 million. What does that mean to businesses? It means that it gives room and enabling environment for business, sense of belonging, that business will strive for some time. Then when their businesses is being established, they are firmly established, then they are having turnover that is crossing the threshold of 50 million, then they are welcome to the fold of paying something as CIT taxes to the government. So it is a kind of opportunity for business to strive to balance at their activity stage before they now start giving back to the society, giving back to to government in form of taxes and thereabout. Then again, it also allows stability of business in the sense that it's encouragement and incentive to business in the sense that some businesses that are below 50 million in terms of turnover, we also look at what level of staff and other people could they engage, which will have a kind of multiplier effect in the economy thriving and moving forward. So I think, from my own opinion, it is a very good idea and it's a progressive one that can help the economy of our nation.
Professor Kavira, please could you react to that? The issue of company income tax, which the NGF proposed that there should be no reduction, as opposed to what the initial bill proposes, that there should be a reduction that will happen in series beginning from 2025. And then the threshold of low-income earners to be exempted from paying tax. Should that have also been looked at and maybe changed?
For companies, the provision made, which have not been consented with by the House of Rep, is in order. We should not just be seeing companies as a cash cow. Companies too need to make very good income for them to continue to survive. As they make profit, the profit is taxed. You are reducing their capacity to invest. Okay, so they use their return earning for investment. So in the event that the return earning is weak, then they will not be able to invest well. Just like individuals, when you tax my income too much, I'll be having less disposable income. So I cannot patronize the market. Okay, when I cannot patronize the market, or myself and people in my same level cannot patronize the market will die. So companies, if they are taxed too much, they will not have anything to flock back into business. They may end up borrowing, and in the event that they cannot borrow, it means that they have to close up. And the moment companies are closing up, employment will be lost. A lot of disadvantages will come to the economy. Apart from all this, I think people should sympathize with the company in another way. Apart from the company's income tax, there is this the development levy. This 4% is not on the chargeable profit, or it's on accessible profit. So you have to deduct capital allowance from accessible profit before arriving at the chargeable profit. So 4% of accessible profit may be about it may be equal to 10% of chargeable profit. So a lot of burden is being laid on companies. So I think the governors forum position is not better than the position that has been adopted by the House of Representatives now. Let the companies be encouraged to continue to exist, because if they can't invest, if they can't expand, they cannot diversify their operation, they cannot make their product marketable, then they cannot exist. And if they don't exist, we are losing jobs. We are having too many unemployed people around that may go into too many antisocial activities. So I think that, as my brother here mentioned, for now, let's see what will happen in the next 4 years or 5 years. If there is the need for a reform again, the government in power may come up with suggestion which should be deliberated upon by the people, taking into consideration the economic situation at the moment. And then for the low income earners, I think the position adopted by the House of Representatives, which I'm sure will be concurred with by the Senate, is okay. Yeah, let us not burden the low-income earners with various dimension of taxes, levies, charges, etc., so that as individual we have enough disposable income to patronize producers of goods and services in the economy. But personally, I am not a firm supporter of making all people or most of the people to be outside the tax net. I'm a supporter of presumptive tax regime. In different countries of the world, they use presumptive tax regime as a way of building the culture of voluntary tax compliance. Even if it is 10 naira that I'm paying per month, I will be proud that I'm a taxpayer. My name will be in the register of the tax authority as a taxpayer. And then I will be entitled to tax clearance certificate. Okay, if I
Okay. Professor Kabiru, you talked about being proud of being a taxpayer. Do you think, given the trust deficits that exist, uh, the Nigerians have for the Nigerian government, subsequent to previous administrations and what we currently see, do you think Nigerians are proud taxpayers or would want to be proud taxpayers? And even for those who are paying tax, do you think that the percentage is fair enough to the taxpayer? 18%, 21% charged on the income. Do you think it is fair to the taxpayer? Should we have some reduction?
Yeah, I said for now, Nigerians are not proud taxpayers. For now, Nigerians are not proud taxpayers. They don't pay and they don't want to pay for many reasons. But I am saying that I have studied about 30 different countries in the world that are having presented tax regime as a system of negotiating, a sort of negotiation in court with people that are in various trade, business, vocation, or profession. And they will agree as to the small amount they will be paying in the form of tax so that they can see themselves as proud taxpayers. And their name will be in the register of the tax authority. And then as they graduate to the level of paying conventional tax, they will now be treated as conventional taxpayers. So presumptive taxpayer, conventional taxpayer, all of them will now claim ownership of government. All of them will be proud to be the one funding the operation of government. And then they will now have the moral right to attack those in the position of authority for mismanagement of public funds because their contribution is also there. You may be paying 1 million naira as tax based on your heavy income. I may be paying 100 naira per month as tax based on my income as a university lecturer. So you pay 1 million, I pay 100 naira. Both of us we will be having moral courage, moral right challenge government for means of operation. And then both of us can contest election. You can come as a councillor candidate, I'll come as councillor candidate. If I'm more popular than you, I'll beat you. Me that I'm paying 100 naira. Because I'm a taxpayer. I'm contributing toward national development. But in Nigeria, that culture is not there. So it is for this reason that I even made a private memo to the two houses that we need to institutionalize presumptive tax regime in the country, just as it is happening in many other countries of the world that have developed the culture of using taxation as the most important instrument for ensuring sustainable economic development.
Yeah, but looking at some of the gray areas that people also have talked about, and of course, it seems that the political elite has glossed over it. The excess power given to the executive, the president, to either exempt people or companies from paying tax, and then, of course, the investigative power that is given to the tax authority to investigate people. Don't you see this can be used for political witch hunting?
What can be used? What are you talking about? The presented tax that I'm talking about, or the
No. I'm still talking
now?
about some of the provisions of the currently passed tax law that says that the president, I think it's section 57, that the president has the power to exempt any company from paying company tax. And of course, can amend or repeal. And then, of course, the tax authority also have power to investigate individuals, maybe based on their lifestyle, to see whether they are paying tax or not. Don't you think this would be instrument for political witch hunting or for gain, as the case may be?
No. You can employ any of the instrument without following due process. Yeah, the president is given the power to exempt a company from paying tax because he is the commander-in-chief of the country. He is the first citizen of the country, elected person based on trust. So if you see that this company is into a particular operation that will amount to the tracking sustainable economic development process of the country, he may say that this company should not be paying tax. What is wrong with that? He's using his own executive power. Look at the president yesterday using the instrumentality of his power to suspend a whole governor and the deputy and the whole House of Assembly. So if
Professor Kabir and Bode Aremu, for your time on the show today. But wish we had more time to look at other areas of the bill that perhaps is of interest to Nigerians, and how this new tax bill is going to help the Nigerian economy and businesses. That is what the average Nigerian wants to hear. How would this benefit me? But it's good that we've been able to talk on some parts of it, particularly the aspects that has to do with low-income earners and the company income tax. As there are more developments, we would find more time to talk about this. Let's wait to see what happens as the bill gets to the president.
Thank you for being on the show, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bodiara. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are welcome. Can I give a passing message? All right. Thank you. Like Prof said, our culture of tax needs to improve. It is our culture of tax in Nigeria is on the deficit. You really need to improve. And the database, you need a database to track the revenue of government and also to improve on tax. Then the citizen will be able to hold the government on the aspect of accountability and transparency. Then we have a better tax environment, we have a better nation, and Nigeria will be better for all of us.
Thank you so much. We're going to break and return with another discussion. This time it has to do with the political impasse in River State and the actions taken by the President of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
No good and responsible president will stand by and allow the grave situation to continue without taking remedial steps prescribed by the Constitution to address the situation in the state, which no doubt requires extraordinary measures to restore good governance, peace, order, and security. In these circumstances, having soberly reflected on and evaluated the political situation in Rivers State, and the governor and deputy governor of Rivers State having failed to make a request to me as president to issue this proclamation as required by Section 305, Paragraph 5 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, it has become inevitably compelling for me to invoke the provision of the Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State with effect from today, 18th March, year 2025, and I so do. By this declaration, the governor of Rivers State, Mr. Similaye Fubara, his deputy, Mrs. Ngozi Odu, and all elected members of the House of Assembly state are hereby suspended for an initial period of 6 months.
Yes, that was the presidential statement where the president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, declared a state of emergency in Rivers State. He cited Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution that empowers him to do that. Given the current happenings in Rivers State, there's been a political impasse there for a while now. This crisis is founded on the disagreement that have been ongoing between the former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, who is currently the minister of the FCT, and the current governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara. And that situation, there's been situation of where there's been allegation of struggle for control of the political structure in the state. And there have been so many attendant consequences of that disagreement. It's been ongoing for a long while, but right now there is another dimension to it. There have been explosion of pipelines in River State, and we know that that comes with economic consequence for the country. We'll look at these issues first. Let's look at the constitutionality of declaring a state of emergency. Let's also talk about the economic implication of the crisis ongoing in the state as it affects Nigeria's mainstay, economic mainstay, which is oil production. And then we'll look at the security of lives and property of those in River State, the residents of the state. All right, joining the conversation this morning virtually is Sheson Okwade, who is a public commentator and also one who is well-grounded when you talk about finance and when you talk about economy as well. So Sheson Okwade joins us this morning. He's a chartered accountant and public affairs analyst. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning and glad to be with you this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Okwade. Good to have you on the show.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Good morning to all our listeners. I don't know, an extension of greeting to my senior colleague, Malam Kabiru Dangogo. I heard him at the beginning of the show talking about the tax reform. And these are part of the things that we'll get to know our profession has taught us, and will continue to swear away in it.
It seems that the goose that is laying the golden egg is being gradually destroyed. Tell us, situation in River State.
Quite disappointing, quite disheartening, quite, name it, that we found ourselves where we are currently. I'm sure we all know that the definition of democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. And we've asked a series of questions that is it government by the people? You and I can answer the question because we know the act at which our political juggernauts play to make sure that certain set of people get to position. Is it for the people? You ask the question. The current situation where we are in the last few weeks or months depicts that the governance in that state, it's not for the people. And it's quite disheartening to know that the essence of democracy as entrenched is to actually give good welfare to the citizen through good governance. And that I can tell you, because of the unrest that is actually happening in River State, has made it pretty difficult for good governance to exude or to happen in that particular state. I would say personally that I saw this coming. And if I need to go back to some of the words that we grow up with, they tell you that in every situation, wisdom is profitable. And I think there is a gap here. A lot of people might throw blames left and right. You that you are at the main focus of things must put your eyes and focus on the primary assignment which you have. Politics is not what every one of you or every one of us will want to say is the right thing. Even in developed climes, there are periods when you shift grants in order for you to agree and see how to move on. That is why even in the Holy Scripture, they will tell you that wisdom is you act when you should act, you move when you should move, you study your environment. In management, we call it environmental scanning to actually know certain decision for you to take. And I will say this, I'm not training blame to anybody, but to say that the governor took some steps which I will call uncalculated steps that has brought us to where we are. One of it is the demolition of the legislative arms. Whatever excuse that he had then, you should bring to bear preparation to see that as you are demolishing, because you have three arms of government, even if you consider that there is a reason for demolition, there must be an act to see how you reinstate a structure where those people will meet. I personally consider that as one of the flaws which was uncalculated or not well calculated by the governor.
But beyond the politics, Sheson, beyond the politics, what is here is that we're having to contend with a budget size that is about 4 trillion. And most of this is hinged on increased oil production. Yesterday morning, before even the state of emergency was declared, it was reported that in the night there was some explosion on the major pipeline. And some people are still now moving back into the creek. And one thought we have got beyond this. What implication is this for the federal government in terms of realizing its mandate for 2025?
Definitely a negative implication on the part of the government. And I think that's what led to this action of Mr. President declaring state of emergency. There can be prosperity where there is chaos, where there is unrest, and where there is calamity. With that, we must establish a prosperous nation is a nation that is entrenched in peace everywhere we go. We are where we are today as a nation because of the unrest that we are having in certain quarters of the country. When you look at the area of agriculture, people still complain about the aspect of people not having access to the farm to make produce. And you look at what we have currently, which I will always refer that Nigeria is a mono economy. We still rely solely, even though government will tell you that a lot of diversification is going on. But more than 70% of our revenue is driven from the oil. And if you now discover that the basis at which you are actually getting your main source of income is having unrest, I think the first thing you need to address is to declare state of emergency, and not even a democratic setting, but this just have to happen because you must prevail on the situation. And I think that's what Mr. President has done, giving them a sole administrator to see how we can appease the people and see how good governance is restored within the first 6 months, believing that they will be able, the sole administrator will be able to address every quarters and every individuals, groups that are actually, not pleased, because the house that is divided against itself cannot move on. There is serious division in the land, whichever way you want to take it. But we must have a common ground where everybody, and I think that's the main role of this sole administrator. I must tell you that the economic impact will not just only be on River State. It's going to go deeper with the revenue.
Can we take a look at two things here? One, there is criticism of the president's action. Now, some say it is unconstitutional, given that this is a democratic regime. Even though the president cited the part of the Constitution, Section 305, that empowers him. Was there, or in your assessment, do you think there could have been an alternative to the declaration of state of emergency? How do you think that's going to affect economic life in River State, the presence of the military?
Yeah, thank you very much. If anyone is saying that the president has gone on trivials or against the Constitution, I will tell you that Section 305 that Mr. President quoted is boldly written that the president can declare state of emergency in a state if there is breakdown of law and order. You and I will affirm to it that there is breakdown of law and order. Otherwise, like my brother said initially, we thought we've gone past this idea of people going back to greed, to destroy, and to make things, becoming problematic even for the government. And that we see happening just last week. So Mr. President cannot fold his hands to say that he will continue to look at that particular thing. He needs to prevail on the situation because the lives of common man is at stake as we speak. If we allow the first one to happen without taking decision, the next thing you will hear is that one or two additional Greek will definitely be set ablaze. And we go back to the struggle where, we've been able to hype our crude oil production to about 1.8 million barrels per day. I don't think we want to go back to that rhetorics of having less than a million, having 700, because of the activities that some of these non-state actor perpetrates in that particular area. So there must be a decisive decision on the part of Mr. President, knowing fully well that there is breakdown of law and order in that state because the legislative arm that are supposed to work collaboratively with the executive and the judiciary seems not to have a common ground. How can you have a state and there is no budget to guide you in what you are doing? Then definitely there will be misappropriation of funds. Whether you want to say that he's been given opportunity to present it, they are not availing themselves. There must be definitely a common ground. We are not taught in our profession that you go ahead as an organization, as an institution, ruling things without having a budget to guide you. So on what premise are you going to be making those expenses that you are doing? What would be the guiding principle of some of the things that you are doing? So the major and the fundamental things that I consider wrong is that the template at which to even run good governance is not there because there is no budget to guide anyone. The legislative are not ready to listen. Even when the governor make effort to actually contact them, they definitely feel that they have the better chance to deal with him because he has failed at the initial stage. So let both parties go to rest and let's have someone who can come up and possibly have that budget and see how the people of River State can have a feel of what God has blessed them with and the country at large can benefit from some of those things. So I feel the decision of Mr. President, by my own standard, is to actually protect our interest and the economic interest of the indigenous of River State and on a large scale, that of the entirety of our country called Nigeria. We cannot continue to allow this. You can imagine that was set ablaze. It's going to be taxpayers' money that they are going to use to fix it. As we speak, we are saying that, okay, let's look at other area of generating revenue. Is it for you to be using those funds that are generated to develop infrastructure or to go and fix what has been in existence, but due to unrest being destroyed by the people? I think irrespective of the way people might want to view this, destroying national asset is not the route to go because it is we, the citizens, that are going to get punished for it. Whichever way you want to look at it. That's why I will always tell people, if there are protests, if there are unrest in an area, it is not enough for you if you understand the basics, that those national assets you are destroying is your money and my money that are actually used in building it. And understanding the fact of how some of these things are actually being achieved, we should save some of these national assets against some of these attacks. So for me, I feel that protecting that national asset is what has given the inroad to Mr. President to declare that state of emergency and allow a neutral person to see how we do good governance, bring peace and succor to the people of River State, which in turn we actually metamorphosed into a greater citizen benefiting from a greater thing. As far as I'm concerned, the Greek that was actually, destroyed, I can tell you, you will see a reduction in that which we are going to have as a nation, and that will impact on our revenue, on the larger scale.
Okay, now my question is twofold. First, let's look at how this happens and degenerates to the situation we're seeing now. So there's political rivalry and other issues are happening. How does it get to the point where people begin to destroy national assets over a matter that is happening in a state? How does it get to the point where it becomes grievance against the national government over a matter that is happening in the state? And we saw ethnicity playing there, where there was protest by another ethnic group in support of one. That's one question. Secondly, this suspension is supposed to be for 6 months. Now, no one can clearly predict what's going to happen after 6 months if there would be extension of the state of emergency. In some quarters, there is already speculation that this could just be a dress rehearsal that would threaten Nigeria's democracy. What do you think?
Okay, well, in response to your first question, every state has their contributing.
I seem to have lost connection with Sheson Kwade there. We'll return with him to have the conversation when that is sorted. But Doc, do you fear that the river situation, declaration of state of emergency, threatens democracy? Okay, I have reports that Sheson Kwade is back with us. Please continue your thoughts.
Yeah, oh, sorry, there's just a little interference in the service provider. So what I'm saying is that every state has a contribution they make to the national economic growth, and the rivers cannot be, we cannot underestimate the contribution of river states because of the natural resources that comes out of these particular states. And the impact on national is key because if we have other means of generating income aside this petroleum product, which we have the crude being generated from there to sell and generate revenue and even give to the local content to produce for you and I to have access to the petroleum products, you discover that you must be able to have an enroll into the activities that goes on there. Mr. President at the initial stage has called the two main actors and given a suggestion on the way forward. I would have thought in my own wisdom that the current governor, you see, this godfatherism, I will always say it, that is part of our election process or part of our governance. At the time that we'll get the liberation, I don't know. You saw what played out in Lagos State. You've seen a lot that has happened in other states. There are certain set of people who determines what goes on at the center of activities, even with the governor that was actually there. Don't forget the wiki of today that is actually gripping the structure of River State was once under the tutelage of Amechi before he grew out of it. And that's why I feel that if you must venture into politics, you must understand the dynamics and know when to act. This emperor that have make themselves, if you look at how Fubarak, everyone will tell you that he's actually not the candidate that should be ruling River State. Certain set of people in that state has come out with that allusion that he came up based on the heavyweight played by Wike.
Could we look at the implication of the river situation on the national democracy?
On national?
On democracy.
I would say that it's a big threat. It's a big threat to democracy, if you ask me. And we should look for way to mitigate this kind of scenario. Nip it at the bud anytime it starts. If we are, if the two factions or the two big elephants in this fight have thought of where this would have landed them, I'm sure there would have been a change in their decision, knowing fully well that they are not there on the premise of satisfying themselves, but actually in governing the people. Because as far as I'm concerned, in Rivers State, there seems not to be so much that is going on. There has been distraction here and there. And it's a lesson for everyone. Because as we speak, the governor has no stake in there. A lot of what I would call opportunity or privileges that is assigned to the office will definitely be withdrawn. And you'll be asking yourself, are there things I should have done better that I'm not doing? That's a sign of regret. And that's why I feel that every other state must learn from this. It must not be because the sole administrator need not wide consultation on anybody before they take decision. They unilateral relate with Mr. President and carrying on things. Whether it favor you, it does not favor you, that is what you will get as we speak. So it's a lesson for every other state that when there are issues, there must be people. And I think what we lack currently is...
But Sheson, look at it this way. Look at it this way. People have argued that over the years, effort to actually use the military or force to enforce peace in the Niger Delta had been quite elusive. That probably Mr. President would have looked for more ingenious ways to address this issue than this declaration. Looking at it, that even in the good Lord, President Muhammadu Buhari's time, we went into recession because of the crisis in the Niger Delta. We've seen at a point in Nigeria where, of course, we could not even do 400,000 barrels of oil production in a day because of the disruptions that were going on in the RIC, even within the military presence. Now, here are two aggrieved ethnic nationalities. And of course, we have seen the brandishing of guns and all of the other kind of things they've been masquerading as this crisis brewed. Do you think that this is the best approach, or should the president have looked at actually more engagement than declaring this state of emergency for the sake of national economy?
I would say before now, you and I have seen the role, the peace accord that Mr. President tried to actually bring into bear in Rivers State. And I'll have this to say from what I listened to Mr. President, how many times have the governor had a recall to Mr. President on the problem that is actually happening to come to his aid? That's another thing that we must have deeply. You see, when I remember some of us complain about how governors run to Mr. President when they have crisis, most especially in the north, that can't we have decision being taken by the state? But one thing is sure, that every state still have a leader, which we call Mr. President, because of the type of government we run. There should be an engagement between Mr. President and the governor, which should be at the instant of Mr. Governor to say, sir, I am not finding it interesting. I'm sure there are things you address informally, even for formal things, and you have your way. But I don't think this has actually come to manifestation, or this has actually been the way it's been. The governor has actually been taking decision on it. See, sir, one thing I always tell individuals is there are people you always have a recourse to in times of trouble and in time of, and Mr. President should be the number one person. But I think in this particular act, there is always, by my own view, there's always this idea by governor.
The real dramatic personnel in this issue is actually the former governor of the state, which currently serves in the cabinet of the president. That one would have thought that Mr. President should be able to have a grip on one of his aides to say, look, let this issue end. But what we see to the contrary, that Mr. President seems to be paying blind eye. That's why a lot of people are thinking that, of course, he just played into this region inferno.
Yeah, you said it that he played into their ends. You know there is an alliance between your godfather and Mr. President. If you go to Mr. President in your personal capacity to, like, let me say, father, sir, this is happening. A guidance is needed from you because my principal. I'm sure the minister will have a personal relationship with Mr. President on the issue on grant. If you are not laying your own side of the discussion to Mr. President, how do you want them to prevail? I'm only saying things that is just commonsensical in place of leadership. Fine, you have the grip as the CSO of that state to direct the affair of things. But at the same time, when things are not going as planned, you should have a recourse to people that you call your leaders. And one of your leaders is Mr. President, because every month you meet as governor, every month you have economic meeting, you have engagement with Mr. President. What are the updates that you are giving to him that he can use to appease the other party in making sure that things go the way it should go? I'm not trading blame here, but I just feel that you've seen yourself in a pretty difficult situation where you have to shift ground. You play low and go to the head. Mr. President, in his personal capacity, would have given you some certain steps and be able to cop the other party. But in this matter, I will always say that Wike will be definitely giving information to Mr. President. And if you are not coming with a counter report to say, sir, all this allegation and accusation is not right. This is my thinking, and this is why I'm doing this. And Mr. President, who we believe should have a superior understanding more than you, should be able to guide properly on the way to go. That is the way I feel this issue should have been addressed. But what we've seen is that he has distanced himself from Mr. President. There are times, remember the fundamental, he tested some of his this issue with in the court of law, and we saw where the whole thing ended. He played into their hand by withdrawing the case, challenging those people that actually defected, which was a good grant for him. That case was withdrawn from the court, and you and I know, I'm not a lawyer, but every lawyer will tell you that they act based on the facts presented before them. And the issue of the defection was not part of the thing that was presented before the Supreme Court. So you need to understand the dynamics of politics, know when to shoot, know when to act, know when to talk, know when to move, and know when to run. And that I have not seen play rightly in this that has actually happened. And it's quite disappointing that we have to find ourselves. But governance must be entrenched in the state. And that's why this issue of sole administrator to oversee the activity, I would say, is a welcome idea, even though we don't need it now. But we need to prevail on these circumstances where you can have somebody that can act as mediator in the land, on ground, to hear both parties. As we speak, a lot of people that fight on behalf of their principal, at times I ask, you are protecting their interests when they are not protecting your interests. You all pay the price when the chiefs are down. And those are areas that I want even the followers to look into when you're actually seeing the two principals acting in this manner. Even when they push you to do certain things, ask yourself, will this impact positively on the children unborn, or is going to impact negatively, not about yourself alone, but about the generality of the people in your environment? And that's why we always speak to that act to say, everyone must have the interest, even of the country at hand. Even when your leaders are not looking in that direction, in your own small way, let them realize, like we always tell every political togri, that when they call you to go and cause unrest, even with the money that they've given to you, can you ask them the question that where is the place of your own children and family? Because you might go on that journey and you will not return alive. And that's just the end of it for you as an individual.
Hey,
It's a wake
thank you so much, Mr. Chesson, for being on the show this morning. We look and we are hoping that the situation in Rivers State will not degenerate and will not grossly affect the planning for the 2025 fiscal year for the nation, that peace eventually will reign. We appreciate your thoughts on this subject matter this morning, and we would love to have you back again to talk about more of national issue, as yes to see how we make Nigeria work. Thanks so very much for being part of the show.
It's a great pleasure to start the day with you today, and I will always be available to make my perspective in contributing to the national discourse and economic growth of our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, viewers. We will go on a very short break, and then, of course, we'll be back to examine your contribution to the conversation today on Post and Perspective with Swift at the return.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist boys'
Welcome to Post and Perspectives. My name is Swift Aderito, and like I always tell you, this is the segment on the show where we go to your comments and review, because what you say means a lot to us. So for those of you who are watching us, remember you could drop a comment, or you could go to any of our social media platforms at Souq News Television and do what you know how to do best, and we'll definitely be reviewing it here. Let's jump right into it. So the first topic we are dilating from your topics is Tinubu declares state of emergency in Rivers and suspends Fumbara. And of course, the first person has to be Ebutu. And Ebutu says if Fumbara had the strength and strategy, he would have taken full control, suspending all opposing House of Assembly members, asserting his authority in the state. The situation only exposes his weakness in handling power. All right, the next person is Sunday Truck. Sunday Truck, how you doing? You said declaring a state of emergency and suspending elected officials, and of course there's some question mark there. That raises a serious concern about democracy and constitutional order. And the next person is China Patrick. And Patrick says, does Tinubu have the power to declare a state of emergency? Yes. Does he under section 3051? But nowhere in the entire section 305 contains the consistency or power to give him power to suspend 3 elected officers without approval of 2/3 of the majority of the National House of Assembly. Hi, Doctor, I'm back to you. Now, somebody is saying something about the National Assembly, that Tinubu has doesn't have full power to declare a state of emergency. What's your take, sir?
Well, I think he does have power to declare state of emergency and send it to the National Assembly for ratification. That's the provision of the law. So he has done that, and he said on that same speech yesterday that it has been transmitted to the National Assembly for their endorsement. And don't forget that before that emergency broadcast was made yesterday, yes, he actually had meetings with the leaders of both leaders of the both houses, and I know that they have come to compromise. Definitely, the situation called for some urgent attention because, like they call it, fella call it ruffle fight in River was becoming too much, and I think there was a need to intervene.
Talking about intervention, the next thing we're going to be looking at is reps and past tax reform bills. And of course, a lot of people are a bit shaking about that one. Sunday, you're back on track and you say, does that really address economic inadequacies among states? Or will they benefit more than others? Or will some states benefit more than others? Sunday, I think that will go down. The next person has to be Rome Gossip. How you doing today? Been a minute. You say this is like it. If you don't walk, you don't eat. This will motivate all the states. And of course, the last person to drop this has to be Newsline World 247. How are you? I was hoping a minute. You say they keep taxing the citizens without building mega agricultural hubs, mega manufacturing hubs, and processing hubs. No, but all they know is taxing and taxing. Back to you, Doctor. Taxing and taxing. Some of the citizens are feeling like, you know, all the taxpayers' money are not being used. The highways are not fantastic. What's your take?
Well, the only business of government is to collect tax, and so that's the work government does. So they collect tax and ensure that these are used for the resource. And I think the bigger issue here for us is that many Nigerians think that they are paying so much, but not so much entering into the coffers of government. And therefore, we are not able to actually address the infrastructure gap that, of course, people can see that things are working. But for other places where you see tax money working, they are paying in bulk. But here, not many of the taxes get to government. And I think that is what this is about to do, yes, to see how to close out the loophole. Then, of course, widen the tax net so that it can capture so many people, and then we can have first-class infrastructure system in Nigeria.
Talking about first-class infrastructure system, guess what? It's time for me to go. But don't worry if I didn't read your comment. Next time, tomorrow, I'll definitely be taking a look at what you have to say. My name is Swift Aderito, and I'm not leaving you. I'm about to hand you over to the man who knows it all when it comes to sports. I call him Honorable Chucks. See you at the other side.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe.
Welcome to your time of the show on Front Burners. It's been hitting, and hitting. Today we are going to tell you the same thing. Where is money moving and who is taking it, who is losing it, and what is Souq Sports saying. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and let's get straight to FIFA. FIFA is making all the names and the money as we speak. So back to Bulgaria. FIFA's earning has increased for 2026 and 2030 World Cups. Now, the Bulgarian national TV is going to pay more money to FIFA thanks to rights that has been increased. FIFA all the way. Now, let's get to some good news coming from investment. If you remember this Nigerian lady, she played professional sports. Chini Ogumike. She's launching her own personal professional brand for women. You heard me right. And this is a production company. And she used to be a former basketballer, woman basketballer, and she played good. Tall, beautiful, and lot of money. This we keep saying, get into the sport. After the sport, get into business. And if you have money to invest, put it there because a whole lot is happening. Let's get to the racket people. Tennis. Now, the Tennis Players Union, they are suing the tour. Now, what's the major complaint? They say that the tour is not fair to tennis players. Now, the Tennis Union has a whole lot of professionals. Djokovic be one of the major people that form the Players Union. And their major lawsuit, they are criticizing the schedule, the ranking system, and the control of image rights for individual players. It's all about money. It's all about time. It's all about rights. Where the right is, that's where the money is. Yesterday, we told you about what's happening in tennis and who took a whole lot of money home. That's the 17-year-old. Now, today, let's tell you what happened with the men. Yesterday, English player Jack Draper, he won his biggest ever tennis tournament in history. He's 23-year-old, and he is the #1 player just for the Wales, just for the Indian Wales event. And he pocketed, let me tell you again, 1,225,000 home. $1,201,125. That's a whole lot of money for a 23-year-old. But hey, this is his first major win, and we say congratulations to him. Now let's get to football. Now we have spaces and breaks all over international competitions and all over all leagues. Everybody is going home to go play World Cup qualifiers. We want to see what's happening in the US, in Canada, and in Mexico just next year. So all countries are playing. For the Super Eagles is playing Rwanda. Sad part of it, they are fifth, 4 points away from Rwanda, but we wish them the best. Now the coach is going to have a litmus test because this is his first match. And as they are playing, every other person is playing. We wish them the best, and we'll see what happens on Friday. My name is Souq Roger Souq. We'll do this again tomorrow. Be good.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 19...
Thank you, Souq, for those good insights into the world of sports. Viewers there, we are happy to have you stay on this other side. This is the size of the cake for today. It's the front burner where we keep the heat on the stories that shape economies around the globe. We will be here tomorrow to do it again. Please follow us on social media and all the other programs on Souq News Television. For the rest of the day. Have a lovely day out. To our crew who has been there behind the scene doing an amazing job. Great job. Thank you so very much. We love you so well. Those in the MCR behind the camera, our most amazing producer. Thank you so much for a beautiful show this morning.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio till 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence slightly just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the woman wants were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 2nd class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. They have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. it's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? You know, and in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs of from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. You know, it's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. Well, that's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Thank you so much for staying with us on Souq Podcast. Like we promised, that we're going to be bringing to you some of the participants on today's training. Yes, the training is going to be a week long, but it started today, and so far it's been a very interesting one. I could see the participants in there laugh and also respond. It's been very interactive and quite engaging as well. So we have with us here, right here, Dr. Irene Akidino, who is a medical practitioner, and she is with the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. She's traveled all the way from Edo State to be part of this training. If you know Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, you must be conversant with some of the strides, medical strides that they've made during the COVID-19 era. They were there and they actually were able to help. As you know, that the medical sector did actually perform well in helping to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Not only that, when you hear Lassa fever, so one institute that is like the go-to in terms of treatment containing the spread, then you should think Area Specialist Teaching Hospital. So she's here and she'll be talking to us about the change narrative in Nigeria. People say we have lots of policies, but what have we gotten from the policies? First of all, you traveled all the way to be part of this training. How has it been for you, day one?
Well, thank you very much. I have no regrets. It's been quite engaging and enlightening, and I think the interactive aspect has really been good. So far the facilitators have been amazing. And the fact that we are from different sectors brings to bear, your different experiences. The problems may be the same, but I think with the facilitators, the solution is almost the same, despite what institution, either public or private, you come across, and not just dwelling on the problems, but thinking of the solutions. So that's, I think, the strategic insight, which the course is all about.
All right, so now this is Lagos, but apart from it being Lagos, this training has afforded you to meet with your colleagues, counterparts in other fields, and like you said, the conversation is revolving around the same thing. What can be done better for these organizations to stay relevant and be able to deliver value to the consumers? Now, the theme is strategic insight and planning. Now, if we look at government agencies, how does this apply into this world, knowing that the global thinking is changing? So around different sectors, there's a paradigm shift. How is Nigeria playing to ensure that it's not left out?
Yeah, thank you. We talked today about things like looking at competition in a positive way. And looking more towards collaboration and partnerships than competitiveness. The way it is, even globally, you can't necessarily have all the resources, but you can partner with public, private sectors. The federal can partner with the state. I was telling someone, I said, yes, initially we used to be the only one, when it came to talk Lassa fever, but we're a country of over 200 million. There is no way we can, cater for everybody. So the important thing is, how do you grow other people in other regions? So places like FMC or WAR are also growing in this. We dialyze patients that have Lassa, no other hospital will be. And we've had zero to low mortality of staff from Lassa fever. So when other people come, we have a fellowship now. People can come and do a fellowship and look at all aspects. I'm an intensivist. So we ventilate and we have a critical care unit for them. But the main thing is collaborations, your strengths. What are the strengths each person has? Because really, that is the only way to grow. You realize that there's a deficit. How do we meet up? You know, you collaborate with private sector. I think Blue, Lawsuit, and Triton are doing that for cardiac, and they're able to achieve more and train personnel. So I think that's a big one, and really attitudinal change is key.
Okay, so let's talk about policy. Different policies are made to fit specific sectors and purposes. So would you say your sector, you find it very easy adapting to the policy meant for your sector? Are there challenges? How are you trying to, make this work? I mean, I see you smiling. It's a challenge, but because we mentioned that earlier that we have good policies, but the issue is making sure that you see them to the later. People get to do this thing. So, in your own sector, how would you say this works?
Well, you have to be sincere, really. These policies, everybody knows we make very fantastic policies on how do they get to fruition, And I think that is where this comes into play. These are the policies, There will be a lot of challenges. We understand how the landscape is, You have a policy on availability of healthcare, the number of doctors, but in reality, a lot have left. But you need to still be able to render care because policy you are there, you are this center for that,
Okay.
But the main thing is, in the same thing, you have these issues and these challenges. How do you improve your strengths and make them become competencies? How do you become creative? I was telling them, I said, because we had experience with LASA so much, and we were always running out of PPEs, we decided to produce our own PPEs that we could wash, we could autoclave. So when COVID came, we already were used to something. When you prepare before the need arises, you go through all the downs, and we're able to do that. Now we have, whenever at the end of a NASA week, we still have our regular meetings and updates. And how we look, reflect, where did we go wrong? How do we improve? So the thing with policies that they can be there, but when you put them on ground, you have to continue to evaluate yourself, and improve and be creative. We have to be creative. That's
true.
That's the only way.
Okay, so let me also ask you this. I think in the course of the training, Dr. Ken mentioned attitude. So I'm bringing it to your sector. I remember he was talking, he even referred to an incident, talking about the attitude of a nurse towards someone and all of that. So, as a leader in that field, how well would you say you've been able to change this narrative?
Well, in sincerity, I think even if you have all the equipment you have, especially in the health sector, the attitude is poor, you're not going to really achieve a lot, There's a lot of psychology managing ill, and just your attitude and your perception goes a long way in providing something. We all have mission and vision statements, and really, how many of us who work and live and work with those ethos? And I think for me, that is something that we should take. The cleaner should understand, I'm in the hospital, I'm working as a cleaner because I want to be part of healthcare delivery. So the patient, if I'm sweeping and somebody walks past, I shouldn't be angry that the person has dirtied, maybe they're coming from a muddy place. I should realize that this person is ill and has come for help, and I shouldn't, my attitude shouldn't be one that makes person feel bad. The same thing with the healthcare professionals. You understand that you're stretched, you're overworked, but how you receive patients and how you counsel them. Just funny enough, today I had to give a lecture this morning before I came here for doctors who are specializing in anesthesia, and I needed to talk on patient counseling and breaking bad news. So those are things about communication skills. It's not about how much skill I have as an anesthetist, but my non-technical skills. And I think that is something I think we need to change completely, like almost a 360 degree. And I think it will affect everything. It will affect our policies. It will affect how well we even use the resources we have maximally for effectiveness. So moving forward, I think it's something that one has to, like going back, I need to emphasize. But I think, everything starts from we.
Yes.
Yeah, the leaders, when they see your attitude,
yes,
then they know they kind of, you also act like an example, really, and say, oh, if she does this and she talks this way, then it means I can.
Yes.
You know, yes. So
Lead by example.
Lead by example.
That's
I think
it.
that is what we need.
That's it.
All right, so you've talked about resources too. This is a time where there is limited resources, whether it's for government or if it's for private enterprises. So, alongside strategic thinking, strategic insight, thinking, planning, comes the issue of budgeting. If we look at the health sector, now, how do we appropriate the funds, limited funds that is budgeted for healthcare service? In the course of the training today, primary healthcare facilities were mentioned. And we know that at this time, it's of priority to the Federal Ministry of Health to revitalize the primary healthcare system. But when we come to budgeting for them, equipping this primary healthcare system, does it look actually that there is a lot of thoughtful thinking and planning into how the primary healthcare system should work and meet the needs, deliver value to the consumers of healthcare?
You know, thank you. What I've realized is the primary healthcare needs minimal equipment. A ventilator would cost about 30 million naira. A primary healthcare center does not need that. They need the basic things. Things to check patient's pulse, things to check patient's blood pressure. But what they need at that level is capacity development and training. To know, oh, how can I identify someone who is critically ill and do a little bit essential care and move. So those things don't really cost so much. But the important thing is if you invest and ensure that they have the capacity, they have the training, they have that incentive, they're meant to feel important. It improves the overall health indices of the country. So, yes, a lot is budgeted in there. How well is it being utilized? And I think because I go to a lot of cases, because I also do a lot of non-governmental work. I'm the president of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria in Edo State. So we do a lot of training and advocacy, and we go, to talk to, health care workers and all of that. And realize that they just need education, they need incentive. They also want to feel that they matter in the overall health. And they really matter because they're the ones closer to the people. The community, people in the community feel comfortable with them than coming to the hospital I work. Because there's that personal relationship. Yeah. So I think investing in primary health care is good because it will improve the overall health indices. But capacity building is key in doing that. And we hope that we will have that the insight and the zeal to do that and provide such in all the communities.
Okay, I'm going to take it from here now, the insight. How do we get the insight as to the exact need of the people? We're looking at the medical field now, or the medical sector, because that's your area. Now, it's one thing to say, let's focus on the primary healthcare sector, and that's the way to ensure that healthcare gets to those at the grassroots. But how can these things be linked? So someone goes to the primary healthcare, like you mentioned that the primary healthcare center doesn't need much equipment, but if the case becomes severe, people go there for basic healthcare needs, maybe they're not feeling very well, for mild ailment, but where they're diagnosed of something more severe, then there's referral to a secondary healthcare system. You find that in some localities where you have primary healthcare centers, the nearest secondary healthcare facility is so far. So it's kind of hard for people to just move like from one level. So if it's very severe, then you easily move to the next healthcare facility that can attend to. Is that a missing link? Is that why sometimes certain policies that are supposed to yield results at the implementation stage seem not to be giving the right results? How can this be corrected?
Yes, it's those are part of the things. You have to realize that there are a lot of delays in accessing healthcare and reducing all these mortality indices from your home to the hospital. That's another thing. From the hospital to a referral center. Now, ideally, everything comes, to get to even the primary health care center, the roads may be bad. So even if I know I should get there, but I can't even access. But another thing, the very important thing is that these healthcare centers should have ambulances, means to move patients from the primary. It shouldn't be their responsibility anymore to say, oh, I have to now think of how to move myself. And you can domesticate this. You see, these tricycles have been used in places like India as a means of moving persons from the primary health care to a secondary health care. And that responsibility is not borne by the patient, it's borne by government. I should be able to transfer a patient, even from my facility, to another facility that does more of the cardiac issues if I can't handle that, or a neurosurgical if we have limitations. Now, who bears that responsibility? Should it be the patient or the government? It should be the government. Because the person has come to a government facility to seek care. And we all understand, you can't have all the facilities in one place. So you also have, we talked about the ratio of doctors, I realize that we are far from ideal, but the thing is, if you need to repair that bridge, the ambulance services, it is responsibility of government. You have trauma centers. But if I have a trauma on the road, is there an ambulance that will pick me and take me to the closest trauma center, or I have to wait for passerby and good Samaritans who will take me, and sometimes they even increase the mortality in moving critically ill patients. You understand? So it's I wouldn't say it's complex. Sometimes it seems daunting, but I think it is something that can be done. You see other societies and see, oh, these policies they've had, how did they? You understand it. And you should try and replicate, not in full. You domesticate it
based on your needs,
environmental factors, and all of that. But see how it works. I don't want to believe, oh, there's a problem that cannot be solved, because I think that's why we are humans and intelligent.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like you to speak to this. There are some roadblocks that I call it roadblocks because oftentimes, if that's the right word now, you see people when they are in a state of emergency, bring them to the hospital, and you hear that there are some policies or rules that are in place saying, oh, we can't do this, oh, sorry, you have to provide this, and all of that. Again, health, they say, is well, right? So if someone is alive first, he or she could find a way to run around to sort out some other necessary things, So is it possible we move away from, if this is not available, we cannot treat? Those roadblocks. Is it possible?
Oh, sure. Now there used to be a lot of hesitancy. Oh, do you attend to gunshot victims until you get a police report? Recently they have said no. You attend to them while in the process of doing that. And I think it's wrong to tell people to pay before asking, because that is what you call emergency. This is the first 24 hours, and that is critical in survival. Because I could be walking across the street, I wouldn't take my ID card, I probably didn't take my phone, I get knocked down by a vehicle, I get to the hospital, I'm unknown.
Yes.
Because at that point, nobody knows who I am. But that doesn't mean I'm not even on a health insurance policy and all that. But it is important at that point in time to offer emergency and essential critical care. And that is something we're trying to advocate really, to ensure that is available for 24 hours. Be able to give, for example, oxygen the patient needs it, and stabilize that person in the first 24 hours. And subsequently, you can now find ways, and I think a lot of hospitals are actually changing that narrative. However, where I work, I can only speak for where I work in the ISTH era. For the first 24 hours, sometimes extended, you get emergency care.
All right. I want to believe that is happening because it's a policy of the management that treatment should come first before other things while they're on the process. Okay, so this training that is for top-level managers, I believe that all of you will go back to your respective organizations and begin to implement the changes via policy initiatives and all that. But we also find that in some organizations where policies have been made, the policies are not even understood by those who I may want to refer to as foot soldiers in questions, those who are on the ground to
carry out the activities, the functions necessary for the full implementation of the policies. Some of them are not fully informed, they do not understand it, and sometimes there is no buy-in. And when there is no buy-in, you don't expect that people will do what is necessary to have this. So it doesn't really work. On paper, you have this policy, that policy. For instance, the issue of treatment or payment before treatment. That you say is happening in your organization, but if we go to some other medical establishments, particularly the private-run ones, that may not really apply. So how do we ensure that top-level managers communicate effectively policies, secure buy-in, and then they become things that the consumers enjoy? Even to what you were talking about when we talk about the primary health care, the ambulance situation that happens in other countries where the tricycles are used. In that training, I also listened, yeah, and I got a part of it when the facilitator for today, talking about Dr. Ikem Kenikewa, who was talking about the client's functions or consumer functions. So what you need to actually deliver the service that your consumers are expecting to get from you. So what is the role of the manager in all of this? Communicating the policy and also ensuring that the client functions are available, even the technology. And so everything is well structured to meet that goal.
But the thing is really, you come here and you get all the stuff, you feel ginger and you're ready to go back to your school, like, I'm going to cause so much change. But it's very important to cascade it down, because of course, they have units and unit heads. And so it's important going back, you cascade it and ensure it goes down. But the important thing is also monitoring and evaluation. And performance indices, what do you expect? And I come back and I have a discussion in the next month or 3 months. Should I do an evaluation? Performance and see for patients who have come, they access that. Do I need to get feedback from the clients? And after the feedback, next listen. Do I need to develop musician's website and let clients know they can go there and give us feedback on, when I came in, how long did I just spend the whole day before I saw a doctor in the clinic, or I came and I, because I had booked the appointment at some time and I didn't want to be kept waiting, and I did see, or I came by 7 a.m. and I didn't wait till 5. So we must monitor and evaluate, and I think that's really very important. We must get feedback from the clients, our patients who we render this service, and then I think getting feedback from them shows us where are the points we need to improve, because they are the consumers really. We may think we have like the perfect idea to make it, but if we don't engage them, we won't really know exactly if they're actually making a positive impact and all the policies really are to their best interest, which is what it should be. But I think, one, cascading this information down to everybody, even up to the cleaners, the porters, it's really very important. And I do that because I do a lot of work in intensive care. So I will tell the cleaners, I say, you are very important here, because people who are here are very, very clean. Talk to them with empathy. Talk to the relatives with empathy. They are going through a lot. So and they make them realize that you're a cleaner in the intensive care unit is different from being a cleaner in an office.
Oh yes,
because
true.
when you interact with the patient's relatives, sometimes they look at you and they want to get some comfort. So even when you smile at them, even if you're trying to tell them, oh please don't litter this space, or you tell them with some compassion and empathy. I know we're quite cultural here. Oh, don't worry, God will do all those kind of nuances. So it's different from you're working in an office. So your attitude is different. So it cascades so that they feel that yes, they are at. And I think that is the attitude that needs to change. And I think in our smaller units, when it's as a manager, it's cascaded down. And once the smaller units grow, I think it improves, the overall system. It might take some time. There will be issues. You will have persons who do not feel they need to change their attitude. But reward system is also important.
Okay.
And incentives. And there should be some punishment for people who do not meet up. Because in the private sector, we have those things. That's why private sectors run so effectively, sometimes compared to the public sector. Even if you put in so much for them, realize that if you do not meet up with size, but if you do well, you have incentives, to encourage people who are doing well, and we must always be optimistic.
All right. Okay, so I love that we must always be optimistic. So I want to bring you back to the training. So you spent a couple of hours learning, you've unlearned, and
Yes.
relearning at the same time. So would you say you've been able to pick out some key, skills or messages that you'll be taking back home? Talking about probably you identify a major challenge in your sector and you feel this training has actually availed you to, what's it called now? A way out, solution to solve those challenges.
Yes, and there are a few things, maybe not just in one place. I think I've learned the fact that, maximizing your strength and you need to be proactive and creativity. The idea that you don't necessarily need to like someone if somebody has those strengths. Maximize the person's strengths. Usually we feel, I really don't like you, so I don't really want you to work in this office, even if the person has the capacity. But now I realize, why don't you maximize that person's capacity, to deliver whatever thing you need effectively? Then I think the key is collaboration. Because some of us in public institutions, we all want to, this office is the best. We're the best, we're better than this other one. But really, we can collaborate and be much bigger than what we want to. So for me, I think that's idea of collaboration is key. Attitudinal change is really key, and letting everybody's decision be linked to the vision and the mission of the institution. I think that's aspect, because when you did ask me about that, I was like, do you think even how many people know the vision and mission of your institution, and does the cleaner know that? Because if they're linked to it, it changes a lot.
Well, you just took the question out of my mouth when you talked about collaboration, because in there it was quite an issue when the facilitator for today's session talked about moving away from competition to collaboration. Yes, you can have competition in the private sector, but when it comes to the public sector, it's more about collaboration. And I think that's what's missing. That's why it seems like everybody is fighting one person. Some agency wants to be the hero, and while others feel like, well, what can we do? So there's like a superiority fight and all that. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Irene Hideno, who has been with us here on Souq Podcast. She's a participant at the ongoing ADSC, that is African Development Studies Center, and the National Institute for Public Strategic Studies here in Lagos. So she's not the only one. We promised you, and we're actually delivering on what we promised you, that we'll bring to you some of the participants as well as the resource persons. The show continues, or rather, the training continues, meaning Souq Podcast will continue tomorrow. We're bringing to you the facilitator and all the participants. So you need to stay tuned so you can be up to date as it concerns happenings here at the ongoing ADSC NIPS training. I am Blessing AJ. I've been doing this today with Grace Komalafe.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Like I said earlier, it's a pleasure doing this with you, and I hope I'll be here again tomorrow.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
Yes, we'll do this together tomorrow again. All right, till tomorrow, we'll see you.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing, and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977 Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanunwako. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is found in the challenges is funding. Because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us. And some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us.